Okay, let's get started. I'm just having some lunch. Okay, so we're back. Getting right away into some heads-up action. About 200 blinds deep. The first pot went to my opponent. I think it's a pretty standard hand. Maybe my opponent could have bet, but I think both players played the hand fine. Could have done some things differently. So today I'm wearing my Arsenal jersey. I grew up supporting Arsenal, and I was gifted this jersey from Sam Grafton, who's a huge Arsenal fan, and he's a buddy of mine, good friend, and he bought it for me. He's trying to get me back supporting Arsenal like I did in my childhood. Interesting sequence of bets. Block the turn and then overbetting the river. Kind of saying that they just have a 4, but so pretty interesting spot. About 200 blinds deep. I threw that ace 5 suited. My opponent calls. We check down to the river. I can, for sure, I could have bet the flop or block the turn, etc. decided this time to just check down to the river. Then they bluffed pocket sevens, which, I mean, they just have so many, my opponent just has so many unpaired middling cards like 7-6, 8-7, 9-7, 6-4 suited, etc. And also just worse pocket pairs than sevens. I think it's fine to bluff, but there might be a situation where it becomes a situation where they might be bluffing too much. They're just bluffing every time that they don't have a pair higher than a 10. Kind of an interesting river spot. I bet half pot on the flop. They raised 3x my bet. Then they half potted the turn. Okay. And then just check the river. I mean, so this is always a close spot. I mean, their story makes sense that they have an ace really often. And I'll just fold. It's close. Sure. I have to definitely call sometimes because I just have way too many unpaired stuff, and I need some hands to call with. But yeah, so my friend Sam Grafton bought me this Arsenal shirt. I'm a huge football fan. I love soccer. So I follow the Premier League, but I'm pretty neutral. I'm not really a fan of anyone in particular, but if I am, it's Arsenal. So I've been following them quite a bit, and yeah, happy to support them. So my parents are from England, and I spent a lot of my childhood going to England, and I grew up supporting Arsenal because my cousin supported Arsenal. So he used to always buy me, well, he used to always give me his old jerseys. He used to give me his old jerseys, so I used to I used to love watching Arsenal. No. So some interesting hands that have been happening here. Versus Crystal Y. Really fun playing Heads Up No Limit. I really enjoy it. It's a really like pure form of poker, where you're just dealt a lot of marginal hands and you got to make decisions with marginal holdings. So interesting. My opponent is kind of saying that they have straight. Yeah. We can't really do much in this spot with our hand. But it would be really nice to play to get some heads up in. Seems like they're playing pretty well. So yeah, I'm still in London at the moment. Nice sunny day. I was able to go outside, go for a run this morning, walk around the city. It's obviously an amazing city with so much to do and see and stuff like that. So wanted to wake up early and go see some things. Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing the stream yesterday, and some interesting hands happening. It's an interesting one, interesting turn card. There's a lot of Arsenal fans in the chat watching, and hopefully they have a good Premier League season. They started off well yesterday. They beat Nottingham Forest 2-1. Really exciting to have the Premier League back. Okay, we have a big pot here. My hand's too strong to do anything else but call. And unfortunately, my opponent has a set of fours. I have some outs. Gonna hit a queen or king. Nope. It's just a cooler. They can for sure have worse. They can for sure have worse for value. Yeah, that's just like an unfortunate hand. You have an overpair and a 3-bet pot, heads up, and you'll always also, if you're behind versus whatever 2-pair, you'll always have some equity because I had some backup. I had a straight draw, and I can obviously hit a king. So yeah, nothing you can really do there. Just sometimes happens. So yeah, playing heads up no limit is one of my favorite games. It's it's really a pure form of poker. You're playing one-on-one. You're playing a lot of very marginal hands at all times. It's there's also this thing with game flow and stuff like that, like the meta game stuff, because it's purely just one-on-one. So you just have a lot of history with your opponent, and that's why I think it's really fun. I find it a bit like a video game, how I look at it. But yeah, I've had some interesting spots so far. Played a few big pots where I made some hands, and then yeah, then the hand with kings where he just happened to have a better hand, or sorry, he or she happened to have a better hand. Um, It's kind of an interesting line. I mean, I don't really think it's much of a line, but here eating my lunch. Ordered some chicken with quinoa, avocado, and yeah, edamame and pomegranate. But yeah, I try to eat more or less healthy. When you play poker and you're sitting a lot, you know, I think it's important just to eat stuff that fits well in your stomach and makes you feel like you have good energy. And although there are very many tempting foods to eat that are quick and easy, in my experience, I've always, you always seem to pay for it one way or another. This is a close spot versus half pot on the flop and full pot on the turn. This time we're just gonna fold, but for sure you have to continue sometimes. A super strange hand. Very strange line. Yeah, I mean, very strange hand. Checking back the flop on the turn. I think my obviously standard play is to just call, but I think raising some makes sense. Just charging some draws, etc. Yeah, just charging draws. Yeah, the ace queen hand, I think it's fine to raise the turn a little bit. But mainly call. And then on the river, when my opponent leads like that, it's just a very strange line. They're not supposed to have any leads. Nothing really makes sense in that spot to me. They can just have a lot of just hands like 9-7, Jack-9. Of course, they can river 7-6, but there's just a lot of bluffs. Using King-6 seems, I think, too ambitious. Just like if you're just leading King 6 there, you're just leading way too many hands. I mean, I think this hand seems fine by both, a6 and jack 3. Of course, I can bluff the river sometimes. Get a lucky river. Yeah, the ace queen hand, I think, I mean, I have a fine hand to call with too. Just don't think too many of their bluffs have an ace or queen in them. I think I have to fold first half pot here. And hand just a bit weak. Yeah, like what I was saying about diet and exercise is really important to me, just as a general like lifestyle thing. Because when you, like I said, when you sit a lot, you know, when you're sitting a lot, I think you need to balance that by just by being healthy. So yeah, I think my opponent's line is completely fine, and my line is also completely fine. I think they chose a good bluff candidate. They need some bluffs. They river a 6 quite often. And, you know, my hand has some good things going for it. I need to call some stuff, and my hand looks like a decent one to call pretty often. And also, I can think about re-raising as a bluff. But yeah, so I try to keep pretty active. I like going to the gym. I like going for runs. I like playing soccer. I play ice hockey. Just those type of things to keep my body active and in shape. And okay, this opponent just pots it. I think potting a jack there seems too much money's going in. It's just like I have a 10 a lot, and I can also still have a straight. So yeah, I try to keep very active. I think it's important. And so I just, diet and exercise is just very important as a lifestyle choice, not just because of poker, just by making you feel good. And I think the more research you do, the more time you spend building good habits, then it just becomes easy and it's a lifestyle thing. And I think it's worth it in the long run. It's always easy in the short run to make easy choices, like just getting the thing that tastes good or getting the thing that's quick. But for me, it's about building just good habits for lifestyle. And I was lucky enough to have friends when I was younger that were doing those type of things, and it was easy for me to learn from them and them to motivate me and for me to do my own research and stuff like that. So yeah, this has been a pretty fun heads up match so far. We definitely both been playing some interesting pots. Like Crystal Y has made some good bluffs, I think. I think I've made some good calls. There's been a lot of big pots, and yeah, I think Crystal's playing well. Yeah, and it's been a good match so far. I think it's been pretty competitive. Seems like a pretty reasonable hand to call with. Ace high. The two is, I think, fairly decent as well. I don't have that much, just random 2x my range. Interesting hand. They've barreled. Crystal has barreled all 3 streets. And shows up the bluff. I think the line is whatever. You know, they need some bluffs, and a hand that bad seems fine. Okay. Looks like we have another player joining, semi-bluff. I believe semi-bluff played yesterday. Yeah, so now it looks like we're going to be playing 4-handed, which is fine. I did enjoy playing heads up. You just put in a lot of pulled the queen jack there. The raise was really large. For 180, so decided to let it go. Just wasn't sure. Haven't seen that yet, so I think folding is fine. Queen jack is obviously a hand that maybe you want to see a flop with, but feels a bit weak there since the raise was quite large. And again, we're not playing with an ante or anything, so if there was an ante, it might be a different story. Okay, so Crystal Y is limping the butt in. It looks like they're playing with a whole bunch of different strategies. Okay. Interesting. I guess I'm lucky a club didn't come. I think everyone had played the hand fine. And this is a kind of a close spot, but since I'm in the small blind, there's a big blind and a straddle. The opponent is effectively only 50 deep. And there's no ante, so even though 8-7 suited is a pretty hand, decided to let that one go. Semi bluff is like they're timing out. Like we have another player joining as well. I think it's fine to either bet the turn or check the turn. Decided to kind of just bet to you can get a little bit of value from a hand like just Queen 10, no club. Hands like 2-pair. And the times that the board pairs on the river, I have obviously a great hand, so I think it's fine to either check the turn or bet the turn with a set, even though, any club is currently beating me. So we have a nice little 5-handed game now. This is a bit of a tricky spot. Yeah, so me cold 4-betting there, I think it's fine. I could do a few different other things. I could just go all in. I could fold. It was a bit of a weirdish size, so it was very small for my opponent. So I decided to just click it and see what happens. I still don't know this opponent, so I thought it was a fine spot, even though it might be pretty or a little out of line. When he back raises non all in, obviously it's tempting to call, but at that point he's kind of trying to show me that he has a super strong hand. So yeah, I just let it go. And usually, my hands are much better than Queen Jack suited there, so I don't mind letting that go. Even though, yeah, I think it wasn't a crazy play or anything, but yeah, still trying to get to know these players. That's the thing. I have a bit of history now with Crystal Y, so I have a decent idea how they play. Played with a semi-bluff yesterday, so I have a decent idea how semi-bluff plays. These other 3 players I haven't seen, I don't think. So yeah, see how it goes. Gotta get some food in while I'm waiting for my next time. So yeah, I think I was explaining yesterday as well. I haven't played much straddle poker in general, but also straddle poker no ante. I'm it's not a game I'm too familiar with. So a lot of this is me trying to figure it out on the fly. Just kind of do what feels right. So this is interesting. Semi-bluff limps, the button limps, and the big blind raises around 5x. Semi-bluff calls, the button folds, and I received a like from VIP, and I don't know what else it said. I also received a like from Newbie Studio. Cool. Just gonna fold here. It's kind of tempting to enter the pot, but when Crystal limps, and I also have a player behind me in the straddle, it's just even though Queen 10 offsuit looks like an okay hand, it's often dominated, and there's players behind me who can reopen the action, so looks like we got a big pot brewing. The small blind has check raised all in on the turn, so they're representing something. I guess I shouldn't give my opinion as Crystal's tanking. Oof. Big turn for small blind, and Crystal gets stacked. Unfortunate for Crystal. Big turn for the opponent with eights. So we have a new player now. Oh my god, Natural. He's joined the table. Welcome to him. So yeah, that looked like hatching chickens, but not bigger. That was what I just read in the chat. Hatching chickens. Not sure what that means. So we got a full table now. Some action-packed stuff happening. One second. So this was yeah. So that turn card is obviously good for our range of hands, and I was able to like semi-bluff at it, put a lot of pressure on smaller pairs, and a lot of the time there I'll just have an ace. So if Crystal Y did have a small pair, it's really hard to continue versus a big bet. Up in there. Sorry about that. Seeing last hand. All that. So just gonna rearrange myself for a second. Sorry about that. Ooh, big pot. Looks like my hand is in pretty good shape. And I hold. Pretty unfortunate for my opponent. It's just a cooler jack eye board. He has top pair, top kicker. I'll have worse hands. So yeah, lucky for me, and always nice to hold in that spot. I'll have like ace king there and stuff, so my opponent will get it in dominating me really often. So unlucky to my opponent. I've really enjoyed myself playing on the stream. It's been really fun. It's been fun hanging out and just playing and chatting a little bit. So some of my favorite places to play in the world, I really like playing in Monte Carlo. It's really a great place to play. There's actually going to be, yeah, maybe I shouldn't actually say, but not released yet. Never mind. I also enjoy playing in Prague, the really beautiful place, especially in the winter because they have Christmas markets and the beautiful European city. Barcelona is always great. It's an amazing city and great poker, great fields. That seems like a fine hand. Not even that exciting for me to feel the flop, but sometimes I'll have the best hand and nice spot from Crystal. Okay, so I led the turn because there's a lot of hands I have that are interested in leading. Like two of our opponents have left. So now we're four-handed. Interesting hand. So great turn for me. I think I like my line. But Crystal folded pretty fast, so and they were potentially bluffing. Could be betting two pair there and fold immediately as well. But yeah, I think a bunch of my decisions are close. Pre-flop, I think limping is fine. You can raise as well. Once you limp and they raise that size, it's easy call. And then the rest of the hand, I think it's pretty standard. Obviously, I can bet the river, but because my goal is to get as much money as possible in, especially versus a 9, and try to win the maximum. So yeah. There's a scenario where I bet full pot and they don't raise a 9 themselves. So it looks like we're down to three-handed. Crystal Y just won a big pot with a set of sevens versus just ace queen. So yeah, Crystal Y has won some nice spots now. Looks like another big pot is happening as the player with ace queen, from the other hand, wants their revenge. Fortunate, there's no action. Enough to flop a huge hand. Okay, small raise from the small blind, like almost a min raise. Yeah, it's so far been a nice session. Made some hands and got paid. Yesterday's session, for instance, especially at the beginning, I wasn't making hands and I was getting a lot of my bluffs caught. Which is, just the nature of the game. I wasn't expecting that. My opponent has just went all in for a huge overbet. Interesting. Because they're representing a flush. Potentially bluffing times, but yeah. Nothing I can do. I think my hand played fine. I can obviously bet the flop as well. This time I checked. Always nice to get a walk when you have a weak hand. Seems kind of tight to fold King 8 suited there, but the button, the button is raising to 2.4, and I do not close the action. If I call some speculative hands, Crystal Y can start really going after my flats, and Crystal Y has also proven to be a pretty aggressive player. And also there's no ante in play, so if there was an ante, it's just completely different. Yeah. Okay, now my opponent raised 350. Earlier they raised to 10. That's interesting. Yeah, just some funny hands. My opponent raised 250 pre-flop. I obviously have a very nice hand. I can call or re-raise. Called. Decent flop. I can check back. Decided to bet half the pot. He called. Then on the turn, they led for a big size. Of course, when you have the nuts, your eyes light up, and you hope they have a worse hand. Like you hope that they have just a jack. So I think fast playing is good, just because if they're saying they have a jack and you have queen jack, then you're really wanting to get more money in, especially if if the board pairs, you might not win as big of a pot as you could. So I decided to fast play, which I think is fine. Might be greedy. And yeah, my opponent folded pretty fast, so it appears like they were bluffing. But pretty happy with my decision to raise the turn and try to force money in. So facing a re-raise here, and is slightly weak. Dominated a lot of the time. But yeah, we've had lots of interesting hands occur. Lots of big pots. My opponent makes maybe a fine call. I think they should probably just fold the flop. But yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, for sure. It's a fine call. And yeah, I think I can check back the flop or bet. Once I bet, I think the turn you can either check or bet. My hand's a hand that wants to not play a ginormous pot, but betting the turn for sure has its merits for sure. But essentially, I have so many flush draws that can either check or bet, basically. Decided to check. I think it's fine to do either or. Then on the river, felt like my opponent's range was fairly weak. It's not impossible that I don't I can river a jack for sure. And decided to bluff. And they made a good call. I think their flop call is close. Of course, they have, some turn cards that they can hit. That will give them some sort of draw. And ace high can be good. So maybe my first reaction saying that they should fold is harsh. And that calling is fine. And that they made a good call on the river as well. I think calling makes a lot of sense. And I think me bluffing also makes a good amount of sense. I had queen 3 of spades. Not impossible for me to have a hand like jack 3 of spades. I'll river the jack sometimes, and I'll just sometimes just have like jack 10 offsuit or something and river a jack. So I think all around looks like both players play the hand well. Okay, so interesting. The button opens, small blind calls, big blind folds. I squeeze ace queen from the straddle. The small blind calls. And okay. Yeah, I think my line is fine. The board isn't great for me. I think checking the flop and trying to see a turn is good. Then essentially on the turn they're supposed to have a lot of okay, nice. That's a good one. That's a nice one to win. King high. Yeah, so the ace queen hand I think was played pretty standard by me, and I think my opponent can probably just bluff the river. Like they're gonna have enough just pocket pairs that are good by the river, that are worth a bet, and he's got one of the weakest hands he could have. So I think bluffing makes sense, and it puts a lot of my high cards in a rough spot. He bets. The king 5 of spades hand. Yeah, just on the turn, my opponent overbet, and I called. I have the second nut flush draw. King high can be good in some scenarios. There's a lot of draws out there, and if I hit my spade, I think my opponent had a hand that they were very interested in bluffing with, if a spade came. So you know, could have been a nice situation where I check and they bet it's a bluff and I can raise for value. and so yeah, I made a pretty loose call pre-flop, but we're deep. I'm in position. Um, and can check about the flop. Decided to check, and my opponent decided to bet the turn for a small size. King high. Seems okay. Then on the river, checked, which I think they should just bet their hand. But yeah. Been a nice game so far. My opponents are playing pretty well. Definitely playing some big pots, putting each other in tough spots. Ooh, another interesting pot. Okay, I'll stop. Finally finished my lunch, so stop eating while I'm playing, which might be annoying to some people watching. Yeah, earlier this year we traveled to Triton, Vietnam. It was a new stop for Triton that was played in Hoi An, and it was one of my favorite stops ever. It was a brand new hotel. It was super beautiful. The weather was good. Food was amazing. After the poker, my wife and I traveled around Vietnam. We took a train and went south. We went to a small beach town. It's called Quinoin. I don't know how to pronounce it. Quynhon. We went there for a few days, and it was really beautiful. We went there for about a week. Okay, so my opponent won a nice pot there versus me. They slow played the flop, and I hit a 7 on the turn, and I think I should just pay off the bet by the river. Nice, well played by him or her. So yeah, we went to my wife and I traveled around Vietnam. Then we went to Ho Chi Minh City. It was super nice. It was very busy, lots of traffic, but really cool to see a different country that I've never seen before. From Vietnam, we traveled to Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Also, really, really different city. Sorry, yeah, Kuala Lumpur is very different. Felt pretty Western. Lots of familiar things as a Westerner. But very beautiful, amazing food. We were lucky enough to know some people from Malaysia because a lot of the Triton Poker Tour players are Malaysian. So we met for dinners and stuff like that. And my wife and I went on a tour around Kuala Lumpur, and a local taught us about Malaysian culture and history. It was very fascinating. From Malaysia, then we went to Thailand. Never been to Thailand or Malaysia. We were in Bangkok and just basically enjoyed Bangkok for a week. Just went around, relaxed, stayed in a nice hotel, stuff like that. Saw some temples, and yeah, really amazing. So it's really nice to travel for poker, because especially if you haven't been to some places, because it gives you a reason to see new places, travel around for leisure after you play poker, and yeah, it was For sure, one of my favorites stops. It's an interesting spot. I mean, the big blind raises quite small. I think I can call my hand and proceed cautiously from there, but I think you know, they raise quite small. Some of my other, yeah, so we were in Vietnam. That was really great. Like I said, we've been in London playing poker for Triton London. It was an amazing stop. So many great tournaments. Triton do an amazing job of making the player experience great. They really take care of us. You know, the food is free, and they make sure we're really comfortable and stuff like that. So they do an amazing job, and that's the reason why Triton Poker is getting bigger and bigger, and people love coming to their events, is because the player experience is the best that there is. So, as I was explaining yesterday, I was super fortunate and lucky enough to win the Triton London main event. It was an amazing win, super lucky, and hmm, but oh wow, I was just drawing dead. Nice hand, Crystal White. Thanks for showing. Yeah, I mean, in that hand, I think there's not much I can do other than, yeah, call pre-flop. Definitely call the flop. Obviously, I'm ahead of some of his hands. The turn is very close. But I think fine to call. And finally on the river, my opponent's repping, you know, ace, king, or better. And yeah, my opponent's repping ace, king, or better, and I have a bluff catcher, more or less. obviously it's also possible that we could just be doing it with an ace, trying to make me fold an ace for the chop. But yeah, nice hand from Crystal Y, and yeah. Like I said, I think the turn decision for me is close. I think it's fine. Call, and then the river is obviously very close as well, but they're really showing that they have a good hand, and I have to be cautious. But yeah, I'm just looking at some other hands. I think most of the hands look pretty good. Yeah, this one, when I had the 7 and hit the queens, I think it just looks normal. And yeah, I guess that I've gone through a spurt of not very many interesting hands myself. Sorry, as I was looking at some of my own hands, it looks like there was a big pot. Not a big pot, sorry. I was wrong. Always nice to get a 3-bet through. Obviously, I don't mind if they call either. Obviously, I would prefer they fold, since I have one of my 3-bet bluffs. But the 3-bet hands that have good playability and make some big hands. So ace-4 suited fits that criteria. And it's also a hand that if they decided to 4-bet, I can think about 5-bet going all in. So it has some things going for it that makes me feel comfortable 3-betting it. TimothyAdams received a like from TRJJJJ44. Thanks. Still getting used to the slider. Just trying to bet a little smaller there, but looks like my opponent didn't have much of a decision. They pulled it very fast. Um, yeah, so like I keep saying, I think my opponents are playing pretty well. Definitely putting me in some tough spots here and there. Value betting their hands well, stuff like that. So hats off to these guys and these girls that are playing well. Semi Bluff has a avatar of it's like a Harley Davidson. Maybe they're into motorcycles. One thing I can for sure say that I'm not addicted to, but I love having a part of my day is coffee. I drink about only 2 cups a day. But usually in the morning and then maybe one in the early afternoon. I try not to drink too much caffeine, but it's definitely something I enjoy, having coffee. And in Vietnam, I was trying some Vietnamese coffee, which was quite strong, but I liked it. So yeah, I just had this is obviously I have a huge flop there with ace four clubs. So I have a straight draw, a flush draw, and an overcard to the king. So I was very happy to get a lot of money in there when I have such a strong draw that is in good shape versus everything. But both my opponents folded, which also I'll take. Because at the end of the day, it's only a draw that I had. But definitely didn't mind. Definitely didn't mind action. So yeah, I guess the most interesting pot we've played so far, probably when I raised the cutoff, semi-bluff called the button. Oh wow. Lots of raises going in here. Whoa. Wow. Crazy, crazy. There was a lot of bets going in pre-flop and semi-bluff folded. We'll never know. Yeah, the most interesting hand I've played is I raised. Ooh, I had a monster hand, nice fold. The player was nice enough to share that he had a huge hand. Maybe aces, maybe kings. Nice hand. Maybe semi-bluff just made a great fold with pocket queens or something. Who knows? Anyways, the most interesting hand was I raised the cutoff with ace queen, the button called, crystal wise squeezed out of the small blind. We're fairly deep. I call with ace queen, the button folded, became ace king six, rainbow, crystal wide bet, about a third pot. And I called, very normal. Turn was a six, so it paired the bottom card. Now my kicker doesn't even play. Crystal bet, sizable. So this hand with Jack 10, it's a bit loose, but I raised the cutoff. 3-bet was very small from the small blind. We're 300 blinds deep. So I call. I mean, Jack 10 can make some good hands. Obviously, I'm not loving it, but I think the price is right to call. King 9, X. Crystal wide bets a third. Crystal wide bets a third. I call with my gut shot. Turns a 9. Turns a 9. And crystal wide checks. I can either check or bet. You know, I'll have a lot of 9x. Decide to bet this time. Crystal wide calls. River's an ace. Completing the flush. Crystal wide checks. I mean, obviously, I thought about bluffing. Sorry. Obviously, I thought about bluffing. But I would prefer to have a spade in my hand for obvious reasons. And since I have, you know, since I have Jack 10, I have Queen 10, I have Queen Jack, all those offsuit combos also will have a spade in them. So I don't want to have a situation where I'm just bluffing every time I get to the river and I can't win. As well, my opponent, after they call the turn, they are, you know, they're saying they have a hand that is quite strong. Of course, there are some hands that will fold, but they have a lot of ace king. They'll have a lot of aces, stuff like that. So, and my cards aren't overly great to bluff with. But like I said, if I had a spade in my hand, I'd be far more interested in bluffing. So I think I made a good check, just gave it up. And Crystal, I had ace king, and don't think that hand will folding ever. So looks like the hand was played fine all around. And Crystal Y played it well. And I think I played it just fine. And like I said, pre-flop, I think just I need to call because we're so deep and the size was quite small. I want to see what happened there because they shut their cards. Yeah, Crystal Y just showed that she or he had queens and a really bad turn card and showed it. Folded. Another big pot. And looks like semi-bluff's a huge favorite, 91%, and wins. Like we're down to four-handed. Semi-bluff won a nice pot. Looks like yeah, they got the money in on the flop, and semi-bluff flopped a huge hand with top pair on a flush draw. Nice pot by semi-bluff. Oh, and it looks like the opponent who lost with ace queen is back. Maybe he just needed to cool off a little bit or reload. Pre-flop, bit loose, but the size was quite small and we're deep. And I think being in position, deep stacked, is worth something. And yeah, I think calling is completely okay, even though my hand is quite speculative. It just doesn't make too many great hands, but see three cards, see a flop for the stream and position, see what happens. And in this particular case, I whiff the flop. So here I 3-bet pre-flop for value. On the flop, it's a pretty dry board, and I'm betting for value protection with what is likely the best hand. On the turn, there's no need to really be betting. On the 9, just makes not much sense to barrel a hand that is so middling. And on the river, I get a good river and just hope to get called by a worse ace, or maybe a hand like a maybe just some sort of pair. Like we have a new player in the game, Vanix. Okay, that's a nice pickup. I guess him tanking, he folded something decent. Of course, I don't even hate getting called, since I'll always have some sort of equity. But yeah, it's a decent way to play the hand, I think. In my spot. Since I'll be checking the flop a decent amount with it's like ace king and stuff. So I think it makes sense to oops. Venix has bottom two pair. We would like a deuce on the river. Oof. It's a bit unfortunate one. But yeah, like I was saying with the king queen of diamonds, I'll be checking that flop quite a lot, just because I'll have a pretty good flop for the imposition player, and I think playing a check shove is a good play. And in this situation where I have ace king, it's just a cooler. Just a cooler. My opponent's flop two pair, and decided to lead out on the flop, and I raised because I have a really strong hand. And he went all in, and I called, and yeah, that just the cooler. Nice hand to him or her. Yeah, we've had a lot of interesting hands. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. So I've been playing quite a long, already been playing a couple hours now. Um, Crystal Y has been here the whole time, so good job to Crystal Y for grinding this hard. Semi Bluff has also been here for quite a bit, and player to my right, who I cannot pronounce the name, but also has been here. So yeah, been been really nice playing with these players. They seem to be playing pretty good. So the toughest poker players that I play against, when I play like live poker, I would say are like Stephen Chidwick he's a very strong player, very aggressive, very focused, very smart. So he has good table presence. He's good at a lot of things. So he's one of the best players and one of the hardest guys to play against. So a guy like Ike Haxton, also very very aggressive, very smart. Same sort of thing as Stephen Chidwick, just very focused and not afraid to put you in a lot of tough spots. So those two players are very difficult. And then there's plenty more who are tricky and tough. You know, guys like Jason Kuhn and Dan Devoris, Seth Davies, Nick Petrolangelo, Sam Greenwood, just to name a few. Um, Having a little Diet Coke. Sometimes I treat myself to a Diet Coke here and there. I like the carbonation. So I decided to 3-bet ace 8 suited. My opponent called. Decided to bet a bit over half pot on the flop with my hand. There's some good reasons to do it. I mean, I had a backdoor, some backdoor draws. The turn, I prefer some other cards to bet instead of my one. I think, if I had something like king, queen, especially with a heart, I'd be pretty interested in barreling the turn. Not so much my hand. And then on the river, he put out my opponent put out a blocker bet as a bluff in this particular case, but I had a very easy call. I mean, I beat value. You can have a hand like 9-8. So, yeah, pretty. I think my opponent played the hand well. I think I played the hand as well. I think I played the hand well as well. Bit of a tongue twister. Let's see. A lot of these hands happen so fast that I missed the showdowns. So I just wanted to see. There was one. Yeah. Okay, so huge flop. Wow. 5-3 of hearts flops the nuts. Plus a redraw. Nice hand. What a flop. Decided to kind of bluff 3-bet ace-3 here. Versus, obviously I can call as well, but decided to re-raise. It's a fine play. my opponent showed me a 5. So maybe they had a hand like, I'm not sure, 8-5 suited, something like that. So 3-bet the 8-7 hearts. I mean, I get a very interesting flop. I have a bunch of draws. Yeah, it's like a obviously a very good flop for my hand with like lots of potential. There's a bunch of different things I can do on the flop. I can check back, but getting immediate folds is also nice. Just getting ace jack to fold, stuff like that. Ace queen, etc. On the turn, when the 3 pairs, I like betting. I think at this point, getting a hand like king queen to fold and king jack is really nice. And if he does check raise, I can comfortably call. So I think the turn feels like a clear bet, and the flop can go either way. But yeah, it's nice to just, at the end of the day, I had 8 high, to draw. So just winning the pot is really nice. Oh, we have a big all in here. 200% of the pot. Bet. Oh wow. Call. Set versus top pair. Nice pot to Vanix. Definitely got the max value. Losing spot. I mean, there are definitely some bluffs my opponent can have. I'm out folds. I think I have a pretty decent hand to call with, but they're repping the ace, and definitely possible that my opponent riveted an ace. Looks like semi-bluff has left. Good game to semi-bluff. I wonder if he'll be back, or played, or she or he. Semi-bluff played a long session. Oh, and semi-bluff's back. A good little pickup there with ace-5. I can also call, but re-raising is a pretty nice option. So welcome back, semi-bluff. Couldn't call it quits. It's grinding hard. Like I said, semi-bluff was playing yesterday for most of the day and has been playing almost this entire session. Crystal Y has been here the entire time. Pretty impressive. Be grinding really hard, and like I said, the player to my exact right, I don't know the translation, but has also been playing a very long session and playing well. And Van XX is also been playing quite a long time now. And, yeah, good group of players. Everyone's playing good and pretty aggressive, pretty solid, finding bluffs here and there. It's a good level poker. So yesterday I was explaining I won the Triton main event in London 2 days ago now, and my favorite number is 88 It was my first hockey number when I was 7 years old in Canada, growing up playing ice hockey. You play when you're quite young, 6 or 7 years old. So when I was 7, I started playing, and my first number was 88, and it just stuck. It was my favorite number growing up, and yeah, it's always been my favorite number. So I was lucky enough to win the tournament at Triton with pocket eights, hitting a lucky 8 on the river, and yeah, I thought it was extra. Not only winning the tournament is very special, but makes it a little more fun to win with your favorite number. And as I was explaining yesterday, I played heads up versus Jean-Noel Thorel. He was a French businessman who loves playing poker. He's a very aggressive, unpredictable opponent. He plays well. I got very lucky versus him where I got in my pocket eights versus his pocket nines when we were heads up in the main event, and I hit an 8 on the river. And it was one of the craziest moments for me because you definitely don't expect to suck out all that often there, and such a big spot too, and I did, so I was super happy. Good. Semi-bluff wins with pair queens. Seems fair. Seems okay. But yeah, so I was again spending yesterday that I got heads up versus John Noel, and he was playing very aggressive in the heads up match, and he was crushing me. He was putting a lot of money into the pot, making life very hard for me. And like I said, I ended up getting very lucky to win the tournament by winning with pocket eights versus pocket nines. So very thankful and stuff like that. You have gotten so lucky. There's a big flop sizing from semi bluff here. I can't do anything but fold. I'll fold one. Then there's been many hands where my opponent to my right raises first in from the big blind into my straddle, and been calling a lot of hands. And my hand just now was just too weak. That was a crazy hand. Okay, well, I mean, semi-bluff bet gigantic on the turn, over 200% of the pot. I mean, crazy hand. I kind of just timed out there. Like I wish I had more time because I only had 20 seconds. But so I bet 270, and semi bluff makes it 3,000, which is a huge raise. And I call. So I'm guessing he or she often just has 8-6 or 6-3 for straight. And I call and hope to pair the board. Turns an 8, so now any 6 makes a straight. So if semi bluff was semi bluffing with a 6, now they have straight. So I check, and semi bluffs bet 14,000 into just over 6,000. So a gigantic bet. And I mean, semi bluff only has 11,000 back. I kind of timed out and folded. I mean, seems like I'm just drawing to exactly a I'm drawing to a board pair in the river, and it's a bit maybe it's well played by semi bluff because I just can't call when I have a set. Could have been a huge pot. Could have been could have been a situation. Yeah, could have been a situation. I mean, I'm calling a lot of bets on the turn when I have set there versus semi-bluff, but yeah, semi-bluff chose a really, really big size and kind of priced me out. So and that hand is now versus Vanex. I can bet the flop, but the player will have a lot of pairs. And my hand is pretty marginal. I can definitely bet, but I can't. Yeah, I can bet most of the time, I think, but decided to check. And on the flop, Van X bet third of the pot, and decided to call one, see what happens. On the turn, Van X bet again, and my hand's just a bit too weak to call. Van X will have a bunch of pair plus straight draw type hands that I'm doing really bad against. Also, I could be drawing super, super thin. So yeah, just folded. Okay. So yeah, interesting. Obviously, flopping a set is nice, but the turn and the turn obviously is okay. I'm okay with it. Bet a third. A lot of my hands want to bet like a protection size. And then on the river, it's an easy check. So oh, that's a nice one. Yeah, my opponent had a hand that was pretty interested in calling the river. I mean, I got maybe a little greedy on the river. I was just hoping at that point my opponent had something like 2 pair. Not much action with aces. Needs to be double aces. But yeah, just hoping to get some action. But yeah, I can't complain that hand with kings was a really big pot, and I was able to get 3 streets of value, particularly on the river where I bet really large. Decided to, you know, it's unlikely at that point that he has a king. So I guess I was thinking, I was just trying to target something like a 2 pair when my opponent would have a queen and something else for a 2 pair. And of course, I can be bluffing there pretty easily. So yeah, maybe it was a bit greedy, but decided to go for the big bet. It's nice to win pots with no showdown. Looks like we had a new player joining us. which will create a full table. Welcome to the table. Oof. Jack would have been a fun card for the player with Queen 9. Oh, looks like a limp re-raise from Crystal Y. Nicely executed. Gets a fold. Whatever you had. Crystal Y, we'll never know. The software on this site is really nice. It's really smooth. I like it. Easy to use. It was important to pay attention to the new player, see what the new player is doing. Now I've played. Ooh, shows a bluff. Very nice. Well played. Yeah, like I said, important to know how the new players are playing. Crystal Y, Semi Bluff, Vanex, me, and the player to my right have been playing now for a couple hours, so good feel of how everyone's playing. But now that there's a new player, it's important to see how they're playing, and they already showed a bluff, so maybe it's a player who likes to mix it up. good. It's a nice pickup. I mean, I for sure have a lot of king. I for sure have a lot of king X, and I think raising a flush draw there is totally like an acceptable play. Fold. Don't love folding here, but that's a raise, a call, a re-raise, and there's also a few players behind me. A couple players behind me still to act. So. Yeah, maybe folding is okay. I only have 25 in there, so. Whoop. Whoop. Here we go. Oh, wow. Oh, good play, Vanix. Wow, what a play. Hats off to Vanix for making a really good aggressive play and it working. Always a bit scary to make a play like that. You can get snapped off and be drawing pretty thin. A lot of people ask if I play other games than No Limit, like Short Deck and PLO. I don't play Short Deck. Just one of those things where I was never overly interested in learning it. Maybe I should have in hindsight, but chose not to when everyone was learning it and it was new. And then PLO, I can definitely play PLO. I know how to, but I'm not that experienced, so usually choose not to play PLO. And I just kind of stick to No Limit. I'm a one-trick pony, and just focus on that as the game that I enjoy playing. Yesterday I was talking about how when I first started enjoying poker and following poker, I was watching a lot of the World Series of Poker main event coverage on ESPN, and I used to watch when Greg Raymer won in 2004 and Chris Moneymaker that he won in 2003 and etc. etc. And I really loved watching Josh Arieh play in 2004 when I was becoming a poker fan. And I just loved how he was like aggressive and he had some table talk, which is something I don't do, but back then I thought it was cool. And yeah, it was poker was, it was pretty different back then, I think. Like game was different and really really enjoyed watching how tournament poker how a tournament would develop, like how the if the chip leader would steamroll the table or would the short stack double up and stuff like that. It was always something for me that was interested in I was interested in watching, so I became a poker fan, and I used to love tournament formats because there's so many things, like different things that can happen. There's so much variance in it, and it's a fun it's a fun format of poker. There's so many variables. So. Oh, oh wow, big pot. Ace. Wow, great call. Pocket sixes. Wow, what a call. What a call. Oh, see what happened there. Yeah, just check check turn, and yeah, bet sixes on the river, and ace queen decided to check raise. And great call by sixes. Not sure if I could have done that. That was really well done. You got to give credit to Crystal Y as well for making a big bluff, trying to represent full house. And sometimes, yeah, sometimes your bluffs just get caught, and that's what just happened. But that was a big call with a very, very medium strength hand. So very impressive play. These two are going at it again. Big pot brewing. Oh, what do we got? Oh, Crystal Y gets their revenge with the 5-4 offsuit. That might have been a bit of a steamy raise pre-flop. 5-4 off. Didn't like the fact that the bluff got caught and raised 5-4 offsuit. King queen called, would have flopped king 4-4, and Crystal Y gets 3 streets of value. I can't blame the player that called down with king queen. That just seems way too strong of a hand to consider folding ever. So like a good call, and we know Crystal Y is capable of bluffing since Crystal Y just bluffed in a big pot 2 hands ago, 3 hands ago. Oh, here we go. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. What a turn. Unlucky 10x. Of course, pocket sevens could also hit a spade to win. Goes the bluff. 5-3 high. Some crazy pots have been going. I've been in a couple of them, but mainly been a spectator. Oh, geez. Another reasonably sized pot brewing. 95 makes a straight. Ooh. Sneaky hand. I mean, the Jack-9 looks pretty tempting to bluff there. Made a good check because he would have ran into it. Okay. Another pretty sizable pot brewing. Small blind just decides to lead for full pot. Gets raised small, calls. Oh, wow. Okay. Whoop. What is going on? Parrot. Oh, he's ahead. Okay. Semi bluff is got a pair and a flush draw and nice hand. Jack 8. This is interesting. Interesting hand. Jack 8 leads for full pot on the flop, which I wouldn't recommend as a play, but really worked out. They really won the max value, the maximum amount. Semi bluff had a reasonable hand as well. And that's a lot of how poker works a lot of the time. Two reasonable hands go head to head. And sometimes you sprinkle in some bluffs. Van X is in the tank. Oh, some calls. Wow, what a call. Pocket tens. Oh, jeez, what a river. Oh, jeez. So, oh man. Oh, Van X left. Had enough. Had enough. Oh, we have another big pot happening. What is going on? What is happening? And a call. Oh, jeez. Oh. More outs. Nope. Queens wins a big one. Yeah. Van X had made a big call with pocket tens and got extremely unlucky there. But happens. And he left immediately, so I might have not been happy. Might not have been happy with that river. I've been a bit card dead for the last 40 minutes or so. Haven't had many playable hands. That's okay. Long session. Gotta keep eating. Oop. And bluff. Wisely decided not to bluff. Would have got snapped off. I'm gonna send bluff pumps it up to 1500. Oh, I'm gonna get on all in the call. Nines versus deuces. Reverse pair. This look like shape. Nice. Nice pot. And I folded a 9 and a 2, so. Pre-flop, probably not supposed to have many any calls there, but ooh, shows an 8. Thank you. But I think my opponent appears to enjoy mixing it up, and I think it's fine to call. Yeah, I think it's fine to call. Versus my opponent is, I think, on the looser side, and yeah. But I don't think I'm supposed to play too many flat calls there from the small blind. It's pretty expensive. But I think I have a hand that makes sense to call with. So we have another new player who's bought in for a good chunk of change. 30,000. And already playing a sizable pot, raising it up pre-flop. Great. Nice hand. Noticeable that the new opponent raised it up with ace-9 off. Now it's raising again with 3-bet. Like I said, pretty important to pay attention to new players at the table, see what they're about. Good. I think it makes sense to play the hand this way. Can fold out some better ace highs, like ace queen and stuff. Me having the ace hearts is nice. The 10 is an okay card to have as well. Don't need to bet big or anything because I might want to bet some of my single pairs for that size. Another lead from the big blind. I mean, pretty unorthodox play, but seems to be working so far. Whoop. The limp re-raise for the minimum. Interesting. Important to see and pay attention to see what these guys go up with. It's unorthodox play. Okay. Action is fast and furious. Check, check, check. Okay. 5-4 for missed Nender. I mean, yeah, it's just a bit of loosey-goosey play with the 5-4. I think by the river, you should, if you decided to play the 5-4 that way, you should bluff it on the river. Yeah, that's what I think. Oof. Semi-bluff has made some checkbacks and really avoided danger. Important to note. Okay, another lead. Again, I think this is a bit unorthodox. Oh, huge bet, or over bet. Get the job done. Well played, semi-bluff. Okay, I mean, that might have been a bit of an adventure from me, but pre-flop, again, I don't think I'm supposed to call there with much. But it's a little opponent dependent, or how I think things will work out for me, and how much I'll get squeezed in the blinds if I do call, and how loose I think the original raiser's opening. On the flop, I mean, versus half pot, it's not exciting by any means, but I do have 2 overs and king of diamonds. I think the rest of the hand's pretty standard. I think when the 7 comes on the river, I think, I have quite a good amount of trip 10s. So, and I have one of the weakest hands I can have. So, decide to bluff it, and luckily it got through. I think, yeah. I think my opponent played the hand completely fine. And I think calling the river in my shoes is pretty reasonable as well. Wow. Massive overbet on the flop. I mean, it's giant. 11,000 into 600. Gets the job done. And shows two pair, 8-3. Nice hand. Decided to bluff on the river. It's just a very likely someone has a queen at that point for trips and it's never folding. Or a hand like King Jack and he's also not folding. And there's so many people left to act. Dang, 3-bet. Works. Nice one. Ace queen. Showing some good hands, some good cards. Okay. So I think betting the turn in my spot is okay. And obviously folding versus the race. We play by semi-bluff, whatever he whatever the player had was a good play. There is. Potentially. But yeah, I think my my turn bet seems okay. Makes some sense. Another 3-bet pot. Player in the cutoff has been pretty active, but has also shown down some good hands, but definitely playing a little loose. Sending a kiss to Crystal Y. Kiss emoji. Another kiss emoji. Check, check. Oh wow, that could have been a big one, but Crystal Y played a bit cautious pre and kind of worked out. So now I was dealt the queens. Okay, seems pretty close, but Crystal Y and the player in the big blind do seem to 3-bet pretty regularly, so I think I can't if they were a bit more passive pre-flop, then I could get away with raising that one, but they've shown that they will 3-bet, and they will 3-bet pretty linear 3-bet small-ish sizes, and I'd rather open Jack 9 off and fold off. That's reasonable. Oh, semi-bluff with the limp re-raise. We got about 30 minutes left. So important to go to focus. Just relaxing on a nice couch. For me, this is, it's a bit of like a video game. Just hanging out, relaxing. Wow. So my opponent's telling me they have 2 possible way of responding, but you know what? Got a 2. Nice hand. Maybe could fold that one, but my hand's pretty good, and it's not like the raise is massive. I mean, I did bet big on the river, but maybe be pretty aware that my opponent can have a hand like 6-2 suited. He's playing a lot. He's playing a lot of hands. So 2 is definitely in the realm of possibility. Sometimes you just need to pay. Oh wow. Good fold. Opponent is definitely playing a interesting style of lots of hands, lots of leading, and I decided to raise, upset. Expecting my opponent to make some speculative calls, but my opponent made a good fold with pocket tens and showed it. So very good fold. Play it. Try to figure out where he was at, and he found it. Okay. Ace jack high is good. Yeah, I'm just relaxing, um, relaxing and just hanging out, and yeah, it's and I enjoy playing like this. It's like I said, it's like a video game. Like sit back and oh, there's a bluff 4 high. Good call by 2 pair. Lots of unorthodox play, in my opinion, happening, but yeah, whatever works for people in terms of what they feel comfortable with. I'm definitely not against it. Everyone has different views how they want to play or whatever, and at the end of the day, it's just a game. So play however they wish. But yeah, it's been really fun. Definitely, I think some of the players have put me in some challenging spots and made some great folds as well and stuff like that. So hats off to all the people battling it out today. So we see another limp re-raise. Player in the big blind. Last time he showed 5-4 offsuit. See what he has this time if we get to. I guess we will. Oh, no, maybe not. It's gonna say. Oh, oh, oh. Semi-bluff raises it up. Semi-bluff has been doing a lot of limping raises. Queen 9-8, rainbow. Jack 10 is the nuts. Big bet. Semi-bluff, gonna call. 4, bringing a flush draw. Check. Happens. Check back by semi-bluff. Flush is possible. Throws out a little blocker bet. About a third of the pot. And semi-bluff folds. And I had the ace of hearts, so it was not possible to have the flush. He says I had a monster hand, nice fold. Didn't really, it's been sharing that with players more than once now, saying he's a monster hand. Friendly game. Okay. So yeah, I threw that ace king, the big blind, and not a great board. I mean, I think a lot of the hands I have want to check, even if I have aces. And facing that bet size, you know, it's really hard to call. If I had a club in my hand, I'd be more interested, but no. And GG to Crystal Y. Crystal Y was playing the entire time, so that has been for 3.5 hours. So GG Crystal Y. Crystal Y played really well, and yeah, played the entire time almost. So I'm done in about 20 minutes, but yeah, GG. Still got 20 minutes left. Semi Bluff, like I said, has also been playing a long time, almost the entire session as well. And the player to my right, who I don't know what the screen name is, but yeah. I would have thought 2-pair with the 10-4. think he folding is good. Just because I think a lot of the time the hand goes 4 ways, and my hand just doesn't play well. I know, I mean, it's tempting or whatever to call, but it's not a small raise either. There's a 5.5x, and semi-bluff has also shown a propensity to win 3-raise, so got to give that respect as well, that semi-bluff can potentially win 3-raise. So pretty happy to just fold. F4 takes it down. Another big pot brewing. So, oop. And 1 jack left in the deck. Never know. Oh, new player in. AOL. Owl away. 1, 2, 3. Owl away. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the table. Big turn bet from semi-bluff. Semi-bluff has showed some, I think, good sizings. Been pretty, overall been pretty, oh. Ah, gets it done. Semi-bluff has been, playing many different styles, where limping, limp re-raising, lots of limping, and different sizes everywhere, and definitely a tricky player. Definitely going to fold this one. Worst hand in poker. Bit of a small raise here. Oh, gonna raise. Oh. Wow. What a river. I think limping in from the small blind there, you're not supposed to, probably. But if I think my opponents are playing passive enough, then I think it's fine with with some hands. And I think that one makes an okay amount of sense. On the flop, I think calling is good. Then the river is just betting for value into two people with pocket. No, thank you. Yes? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Cheers. Sorry about that. Staying in a hotel and they just asked me a question. I could bluff here. Decided not to. This is pretty close, but I mean I have 50 in there. I have to call 190. Like I said, if there was an ante in play, it's a bit different. I think folding is fine. Could be wrong. Like I said, this isn't a format that I'm super comfortable in or anything. But I think it's fine. Do that. I'm sending bluff. Yeah, there've been some there's been some closest spots near the end here. The hand with pocket fives was ace king four queen X, and I had fives. Flush was present, and I had fives with a flush draw card. That's a spot where, you know, I can bluff for sure, but I also have some weaker hands as well that can bluff. Like where was it? It was right here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have, you know, some pocket twos, pocket threes with a diamond as well. I have some just unpaired stuff like 5-3 and stuff like that. Yeah, so for sure this hand is pretty tempting to bluff. But decided not to. But yeah, for sure, it's definitely close between bluffing and not bluffing. And then the next hand, like I said, the king eight suited. It's got to be really close as well, but you know, maybe my play is yeah, been a long session as well. Definitely human, and focus is drifting a little bit. It's been, but that's what happens sometimes. You just play for a long time, and yeah, your focus can drift. So, but those are for sure close situations. But yeah, been mostly pretty happy with how it's gone. Just played some really big pots, some interesting pots. You know, trying to play trying to play decent, not trying to do anything insane. I mean, thing is, a lot of the players are playing very loose. So yeah, you generally want to have some good hands when your opponents are playing loose, and not just be playing very speculative hands. It's a bit of a silly hand. Yeah, it's a bit of a silly hand. Feel the 10-8 versus the button, the big blind, and then semi bluff made a really tiny. Too bad. I called, and by the river. I mean, I can also just like give up, just check. But I have one of the worst hands I could possibly have, and there's some hands that I'm interested in betting really small with. Here I kind of also folded a decent pre-flop hand, ace-2 suited. And like I said, getting near the end of the session, and for sure losing concentration a little bit, which is something that can happen. But I think folding ace-2 there